Okay. It looks like the stream health is pretty good. I can talk then. It'll make it easier than typing responses. This is my third day in a row of doing these things. That's rare lately. Now I just took my caffeine. Oh, I don't know. All right. So yeah, hello everybody in the chat. Um, we're doing another drawing session today. The plan is for me to go through all of the key drawings in this thing and clean them up a little bit. I'm not saying like do the tie down artwork, but we're just gonna get rid of some of the oddities and make it easier when I decide to move on to inking. It'll be easier for me to trace over this. When I do the keys and breakdowns, I'll probably hit some of the major in-betweens as well, like in those areas where like the circles and the lines represent like arms and stuff like that. I'll hit those and draw those out. But yeah, that's the plan. So um, yeah, enough of me yapping. All right. Gorg, yeah, hey, thank you. Thanks for looking at it. This wouldn't mean a whole lot if there wasn't folks who liked it and who didn't watch it. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you watching my artwork and making it all worth it. All right. So yeah, I'm not gonna go over this with a different pen. I'm just gonna clean it up. That's all. So one of the big ones here is like drawing out her hands and whatever. So here's what I'm gonna do actually. Do a little bit of erasure. Oh shit, I like that. Okay, good. Here's what I'm gonna do instead. Atomic, you said you paid your Ethernet cable for this? Oh hell, man, now I feel a little guilty. Could have got yourself some food or something. Okay, so I can't erase these lines because they were done with a solid brush. So that's okay. Those ones didn't really need work anyway. So the main one here is probably gonna be her. It's gonna be your hands. So here, let me flesh out like the areas here where there's a lot of intersectionality with body parts and whatever. And here we've got like where her lats come down. I'm not gonna be going over this in insane detail because there's really no need. Oh shoot! Once I get to the tie down phase, I'll have a pretty good idea on where I gotta actually put my final lines. Hey, that's my key. What are you up to, pal? All right, in about 30 minutes, I'm gonna need to go take a 5-minute break so I can put some clothes in the dryer or in the washer. Today's my day off, but I still gotta do basic chores and stuff. Oops. Okay, so yeah, this is one of those deals where like if someone looks at her hands and sees like, oh my god, that finger doesn't look right, then they'll sign off and swear off of my artwork forever. But it's like the main things. Like I gotta get her sleeve design consistent. So I might have to go back and redesign her sleeves so that way I don't gotta be thinking about it so much. It's like sometimes it gets a little confusing to me the way I design. I designed them around her musculature, but sometimes I get a little lost in them. Like here. It's mostly because of the goddamn. It's mostly because of the goddamn. Let's see, what am I trying to say? The anatomy of the lower arm. It's something I kind of I know pretty somewhat well. But sometimes when I'm not like, in the right headspace or I don't have reference in front of me, I'll make mistakes on there. So if I forget those arm muscles, then I forget how to do her sleeve because they're very much tied together. You know what? If you saw that hand, I don't think you'd complain too much. I'd hope you wouldn't anyway. I've drawn worse hands than that. Okay. If I were to draw this out in line work, I think it'd be I'll give her a little more of a eyelash thing going on there. So I know her eyebrows don't look the same, so let me fix that. Okay. So what you guys up to today? For those of you in the chat, today's my day off of work. I get Mondays and Sundays off, so today I'm just kind of taking it easy, sitting at home and drawing, hanging out with my cat. Anyone got any big plans today? TF2, eh? Okay, I think if I were to go into line work here, that'd be okay. I'm gonna add some waviness to her hair or whatever, but I'm probably gonna need to do that on a separate layer. Atomic. Yeah. When we got to this section right here, I actually had to go through a couple of revisions when it came to having her muscles pump up. But I was thinking kind of like to the Ang Lee version of the Hulk, and I always thought the Hulk out sequences there were actually pretty dope. The way his muscles kind of like pump up. But I also wanted to utilize animation and kind of maybe create like a sense of inertia with them. So I kind of had her muscles kind of like pump straight upwards and outwards. And I hope that came across as somewhat fun. Yes, Atomic, I do have a cat. I have two cats, actually. One is significantly older than the other, but we picked him up. The younger one is a guy, a male cat. But we picked him up because we had another cat who passed away, old age, and that left my other cat, a female, all by herself when my wife and I go to work. So we went and got her. We got her a little friend. Everybody needs a friend. Bears. Yeah. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I need all the good luck I can get. Gorg, hey man, have a good evening, and thanks for stopping by. If you happen to suffer from insomnia and you need some company, I'll be here. But I hope you don't suffer from insomnia. That was a joke. Hey Josiah, what you drawing today? Okay, so it looks like this drawing gets repeated when we get over here. So that's fine, but here's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna actually make all of this one little thing, and I'm gonna do a lot of erasing on it too. Let's see. God damn it, why did I do that? I made all of these kind of... You know what? That's okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. Actually, you know what? I don't need to mess with this right now. This is a key. Oh, you're drawing goddamn Shadow, eh? He's been regaining popularity lately, eh? Hasn't he? Keanu Reeves really did that dude a favor. Well, not really Keanu Reeves, but the folks making the goddamn movies. Okay, so yeah, once again, we're just going through keys and breakdowns here, so I'm gonna stick to that. No in-betweens right now. I think this one actually looks fine. I don't really gotta mess with this one. Yeah, I'll leave that one alone. This one's fine too. All right, this one might need a little bit of work. So let's try to tighten it up a little bit. Yeah, I'm not looking for like complete redraws. I'm just trying to define areas in the drawing, so that way when it comes time to clean up, I don't get confused or lost. So here. So the eye looks fine. The eyelid looks okay. What the hell is this? Let's see. Here's where her hair comes down and meets her ear. So her ear, I draw ears kind of square-like a lot of the time. It really depends on who I'm drawing. For this, in this case, I'm trying to give her like a more I know a lot of characters don't have these little earlobes right here, but I usually give my characters earlobes because I got earlobes myself, and I grew up thinking that was just normal. Let's see, so boom, we got that cartilage. Okay, yeah. See, that's all we're really doing here. We're just we're doing a little bit of cleanup. So that way the drawings are a little more easily defined. We're not doing like a whole lot. Oops. See, for me, the fun part of animating is the part that you've all seen already. Which is the the actual animation. I love the animation part, especially the rough. That's when you really discover what the hell it is you're trying to do. You know, you're trying to figure out what your character's up to, how they're feeling, what they're doing. All that can be accomplished through illustration. Obviously, you've all seen comic books and drawings. My preferred way to look at that stuff is through movement. That's how I like doing. That's where I like discovering who characters are. You know, that kind of reminds me of this time when I was in school. Um, I forget what the hell class I was in. It was I went to school in SF, San Francisco. For those of you that are unaware, um, and I was in this class once, and someone we were in this conversation asking what the hell animation like means to us, individually, and a lot of folks would say, you know, decent answers like, you know, telling stories, making you feel things or whatever, which is totally acceptable. That's the whole point, is to tell stories and whatever. But my answer to that was, what does animation mean? And to me, it was discovery. And people looked at me like I was like insane. They didn't know what the hell I was talking about. And I think in some level I didn't even know what the hell I was talking about. But I think I thought about it over time. And what it meant to me was, we're exploring, you know what I mean? We are coming up with a character, we're coming up with it's hard to explain. I like exploring a character through movement, and sometimes when I start out an animation, I don't know what exactly that movement is, but I know what it is I want them to like feel. And a lot of times I'll just, you know, poke and prod, you know, draw random shit until eventually I can figure out what the hell it is I'm trying to make them do to achieve that feeling. And when I discover that feeling, it's amazing. But what I will also say is that can be fairly time consuming. All artwork is discovery, really, if you think about it. Every one of us is trying to like say something when we draw something. Now I don't know what the hell it is I'm trying to say with this character. I just think the character's cool. But if I was to do like a longer form story, I got a few things I could say. Juju, heart emojis back at you, pal. Tiger, hey, you made it, man. I'm glad we finally found a time that works. And yes, salutations as well. Okay, so we're just doing some cleanup work today. That's all. I'm not trying to knock out any tie downs yet, because if I were to try to do tie downs at this stage, it might be kind of hard because a lot of the shapes aren't defined. So I'm just going through the keys and the breakdowns. That's all. Artro. I want to get this right. Artrotter. Yep. Yeah, dude, go for it. Quite a few folks have actually done it already, and I actually just saw a stream from Atomic where he was doing fan art. I totally missed it. I logged on to YouTube and I saw I missed this stream by like half an hour. I'm just like, whoa, check that out. So yeah, dude, you want to do fan art of my version? Absolutely, man, go for it. Oh man, kidding me. 1 second. Nothing's wrong, just my cat was somewhere he wasn't supposed to be. Okay. Fingernail. I gotta give her fingernails more of a feminine look, so no square shapes there. I should probably slender up the fingertips as well. Rapid Warrior. Hello, how are you, man? So, sum that up just a tad. Okay, looks good. So no, the voice acting isn't quite done yet. But I did just send out the script for it yesterday, so hopefully I could see results soon. It really depends on her schedule. Everyone's got stuff to do. So it's also like a Monday, and I don't know what the hell you got going on. So hopefully today, maybe this week, probably this week. Every time that I've sent out scripts, she usually gets back to me pretty quick. Actually, shoot that. Yeah, I gotta pay for that. Obviously, I totally forgot to send the PayPal money. I'll take care of that. Actually, I'll keep all. Let's see. This is the balance. Yeah, I totally. I got quoted yesterday, and I totally forgot to send the cash, so I'm gonna send it probably today. Let's see. Tiger. Yes, he did make a 3D model. And he even animated the damn thing. That's pretty damn cool. Okay. Okay, so yeah, see we get to this point and we got a little bit of weirdness going on here. So, let's fix it. Atomic. I don't know, man. I think both would have a pretty even shot of beating each other up, Chun-Li does kick a lot of ass, though, so, I mean, probably shouldn't count her out. Why did I do this to myself and draw these solid lines, man? That was a really stupid decision. The parts that I need to correct are right here in the hands, so no big deal. Morj, good deal сегодня. How are you, man? Rapid, no, she's not taking them out, but she's just kind of touching them. You see a lot of, like, cartoons or anime or whatever where someone, like, looks at something somewhat, I don't know, affectionately, longingly. That's kind of what she's doing here. She's just touching these earrings that mean something to her. So it's just, but the thing is, when we get to the final animation, they're gonna be like glowing, so you'll actually have something to look at. Just right now, there's not a whole lot going on with them for obvious reasons. These fingers are white as fudge. These are not going to be visible very long, so I don't think I need to go too ham on them. Let's see. You gotta pick your battles, man. As long as they resemble fingers, no one's gonna line me up against a wall and shoot me. These really should ride up her fingers a little more. I think I'll do that, actually. And yeah, Moors, my first language isn't Russian. I was just, saying hello. It is somewhat difficult for me to speak Russian. I'm not very fluent in case it hasn't been obvious so far. I used to speak it a little better, but I haven't practiced in a while. Yeah, we're just once again, I'm just doing cleanup right now. I'm not trying to really finalize the drawings right now. I'm just trying to get them to where they will be somewhat easy to trace. Yeah, I don't really need to mess with this one too much more. There's no need for that. Let's see. I'll be right back. Cat was looking for a little bit of attention. Okay, so I don't need to go, once again, fully ham on these hands. Just gotta get them looking acceptable. Because they're around for only like one frame of hop. You're gonna notice the main shapes more than the details. If someone were to say stop on the frame and examine them, they'll look a little weird. But that's not how it's supposed to go, man. It's supposed to just fly right past you. Again, you gotta pick your battles. Sometimes some drawings here are gonna need a little more attention. Ones like this, where it's gonna be over in like one frame. Get the main shapes right, you don't gotta worry about the rest. I might, let's see. Because there's separation in these fingers, I might just draw a little something there to suggest it. Here. So yeah, when you look at it in motion, you're not gonna really care. It somewhat resembles a hand, but you're not gonna really care as it passes. Like here, look, let me show you. See what I mean? You generally don't notice. Keep moving. So, let's see, our next key is the leg. Shoot, I don't really know what I need to do to this. Let's see. Hmm. Dude, I'm kind of at a loss here. I think I might be able to get away with not doing anything here. Well, no, hang on. There's gotta be something I'm missing. Could be separation of purple and white. No, all of that's gonna be white here. This will be purple, white. Okay. I think this is fine. You know, we can move on. Let's see. Morsh. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Like, my Russian isn't like amazing. I try to speak a little bit, but um, it's not my language, man. I know basic stuff. That's it. But I wish I could speak a little more for you. Red Scylla. Yeah. Not a chance, dude. Sorry. Far too many artists I see whenever they draw female superheroes really go overboard on the chest area. I'm not. I ain't about that. I want to make them, you know, part of her design, but if they distract, hey, no thanks. Let's see. Yeah, they do, Tiger. They look very weird. Atomic. I would say that my personal favorite artist. Let's see. I'd probably say you guys ever heard of an artist named Max Yarte, Terminal Lance? He does a lot of graphic novels and comic strips for the Marine Corps, but he's also a phenomenal just artist overall. He's my personal favorite. Fun fact, the school that I went to in San Francisco, he went to as well. That factored into my decision to go there. All right, let's see. So, yeah, I could leave the leg alone here. The leg's fine. Keisha Kwan? No. I don't know. I Is she the one who died? I think there was one who died recently. Because unfortunately, I don't know anything about her. But, it's always sad to hear about people going early. Oh. Yeah, no, I don't know anything about her, dude. I don't really pay attention to Miles Morales or any recent Spider-Man runs. Let's see. I believe I'm using bitmap. Why the hell is this also? Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so Genny Tartakovsky is up there with for me as well. Um, I hold Gendy Tartakovsky in the same vein as Yoji Shinkawa. All right, this one looks okay, but we're gonna clean it up anyway. DeAndre, what's your favorite work by Genny Tartakovsky? Or your personal favorite show from Genny Tartakovsky? Who's your favorite artist on She-Hulk? Oh, me, dude, obviously. Hmm. I'm not gonna bullshit you. I don't read a lot of comic books, so I don't have a favorite. When I'm looking up, I basically just deep dive into her entire comic history. I'm just not an avid comic guy. Never cared for him much. So that's why whenever I write these things out and I have ideas for the character, I defer to people who read them. In my Discord, there's quite a lot of comic enthusiasts who have been reading these for a long time. They're basically my residential experts. Without them, I would feel a little lost. So that's why it's good to have friends. You know? Let's see how this looks there. We're gonna need to bring this. And you know what? If I make it look like that, I don't think anyone's gonna. It's all gonna be off. It's all gonna be mostly off screen, so no one's gonna particularly mind. I don't think. Looks a little strange, but it's again gonna move. So Dino, Marvel vs. Capcom, was my first exposure to her. But then I saw the cartoon like everybody else. And when I was a kid, I always thought that making a girl She-Hulk was kind of cool. You know? As I got older and came to appreciate female struggles more. Then I saw like Agents of Smash and then the Fantastic Four cartoon. I became really interested in her. And then when they were getting ready to do her for the TV show, I was kind of excited for that. The Incredible Hulk one. I, like many of you, got probably my first animated exposure to her that way. Dino, yes sir. That's the one. Che Vera. I've been animating for like, at this point, I started in like 2013, so about 11, 12 years. But for about 4 of those years, I was gone. I was doing stuff in the military, so I don't necessarily count that. I kind of took a break to make sure that by the time I got out, if I still wanted to animate, that would be what I would commit to. I figured some time away would be a good thing, you know, help me think about it some more. And in the end, yeah, it's what I wanted to keep doing. So I got out and kept doing it. What the hell? Why is this not a key? Let me go ahead and mark that. Okay, so this one's gonna be a little different. So I had to draw her chest separately here. So let me go ahead and put that on the right layer. Cool. Alright, let's go ahead and flesh this one out. But yeah, the cartoon from the 90s. That's kind of what got me into her at first. I thought she was spunky as fuck. But yeah, that's a little tidbit of mine. I'm not really into comics. It's just not my thing, man. I do like comics though. Don't be over there thinking like I don't like comics. I have a bunch of comics behind me on my shelf. I'm just very picky about what I have in my collection. I'm also a huge fan of manga as well. I have the entire Black Lagoon series behind me. Black Lagoon is amazing. Okay, so I don't want our chest to be distractingly big, but a principle that I'm trying to stick to here is as I'm designing her, in order to allow her to have these bigger features, like, like muscles and whatever, we got to try to keep that and not lose what makes her feminine. And a lot of that can come down to A, her, her personality, but B, her, secondary characteristics. So her hourglass figure, chest, hip, that kind of thing. Okay, hang on, I gotta try to make sense of this. So, give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna be working this for a second. The cool thing about my favorite artist, Max Yarte, is I hear he just moved basically 10 minutes away from where I live, across the East Bay. I just spoke to him on Discord the other day, and I gotta go meet up with him sometime. Put a face to a name. He knows who I am. We've talked for a little bit. We're both in the Marine Corps, and so we have that to kind of connect. Not only were we both in the Marine Corps, but we were both in. We were definitely not in at the same time. He was in a long time before I was, but we were in sister battalions. He was 3rd Battalion, 3rd Marines. I was 1st Battalion, 3rd Marines, and we went to a lot of the same areas. Except the main difference is he went to Iraq. I didn't go to Iraq. By the time I got in, Iraq was pretty much done. So I went mostly to like Japan and Korea. But I still got to shoot my share of guns and all that jazz. Let's see, so... Never saw combat, though. Probably for the best. A lot of guys like me go in wanting to get shot at, shoot people. It's not a good thing to want. Oh. DeAndre, what's your what do they call it? They call it the MOS too in the Army, right? What's your MOS? Me, I was infantry. So for me it was an 0311. For you guys, I believe they call it the 11 Bravo, I think. Okay, we are still working here. I gotta bring her arms into the equation. Okay, we got a little bit of her phone slash tablet going. Tiger, yeah, abs. Someone posted a comment on there was like absolute cinema. It's like, dude, go jump off a bridge. Nah, it was funny. It made me chuckle. Chalavera. It was pretty good. Um, we mostly did a bunch of stuff pertaining to Korea. That was when Donald Trump was in the first time. Hang on, let me get those leaks in there. But it was an experience. I'm not gonna say I had a bad time. It could have definitely been a lot worse. But I mostly just did a bunch of training ops. We would go to places in Japan and Korea and train with their militaries over there. In case the big one happened with, say, like China or something, or North Korea. Never happened, thankfully. I hope it stays that way. There we go. It's not bad. A lot of that will be off screen, so the detail doesn't quite match up. Well, sue me. See, when we look at this on camera, you'll never know that all that crap off screen doesn't look anything like, you know. Oh wait, I did expand the playback area. That hero. I have a couple of ideas. If anything though, I'm gonna have her interact with someone else. You already saw I was interested in oh shit, how's the music, by the way? Okay, we're almost at the end. I'll have to start over. But I want to have her with either Daredevil or Wolverine or the Wasp first. But if I had to pick a supervillain, it'd probably be Titania, yeah, probably Titania. She's kind of the go-to, But if it were not Titania, I'd probably go with Interestingly enough, part of me wanted to do the Punisher because I'm from the Marine Corps and all that. Oh, hey Sag, what's up, man? I think if I were to actually choose another supervillain, I might actually go with the Brute, because and as I'm writing her, that's gonna be kind of her first villain. So I might look into the Brute maybe. I don't gotta develop this one. This one looks fine. I think that looks fine as well. Yeah, I don't gotta mess with that too much. I really don't know why the hell I marked this as a breakdown. Let me go ahead and make that an in between. This one too, what the fuck? Let's see. Alien. I do have a DeviantArt. I just don't use it very often, man. It's not really my preferred platform. I don't know. Seems like it's lost a lot of popularity over the years. I know it used to be somewhat big, but now it's kind of like, I don't know, a hive of scum and villainy, as they say. Tiger, I enlisted because I wanted to go and shoot members of ISIS. That was what my stupid little 20-year-old self was thinking. I wanted to go to Iraq, get some combat, save the world, that kind of shit. It's all bullshit, the whole damn thing. But I'm not going to complain too much because I actually did get some decent benefits out of it. I was able to go to school. DeAndre, a 92, it's 92 Yankee logistics. So okay, that's kind of cool. In the last year of my service, I was a year and a half. I did logistics too. It's funny the opinion I had of logistics people when I first enlisted. You know, I always made fun of the folks that said bullets don't fly without supply. You don't realize how true that is until you gotta run the damn thing. So what level of logistics do you run? Like platoon level, company level, battalion level, regimental level? Okay, now we're starting to get into the weeds here. I'm gonna need to clean this one up a lot. So let's see. So it looks okay right now, but I need to go through it and kind of erase the messier stuff and define some of the messier stuff. Like all this crap can go. This. I'm gonna keep this until I can define it. Let's see. So the phase that I'm currently in is called the cleanup phase. So all this messy stuff that we got, so I'm handing it off to myself. I could probably get away with not doing it. But since I'm gonna be doing all the cleanup or all the tie downs, which is like the final line work myself, I want to leave as little of the guesswork as possible. So the more I erase and the more like, you know, solid concrete lines I leave, the less guesswork I need to do. Let's see. That's pretty dope, man, DeAndre. I ran company level myself. It's a thankless job, I tell you that much. People only notice that you do the work when something goes wrong. Alien. Yeah, something like that, I think. You know? I'm trying to get back into sketching out different characters who show up. But there is a gray form that I want to have her go into, and yeah, it'll be very much rage induced. Let's see. Basically, I want to give her the ability to actually take on the Hulk, brute strength to brute strength in combat. She wouldn't win because the Hulk would like, you know, the Hulk's the Hulk, man. He'd fucking decimate her. But it would still be like enough to where he would be like, I gotta try a little bit. If it were me, like if I were to have my run of the mill of a fight scene between the Hulk and She Hulk, if it were just a brute strength fight between like the Hulk and like Gray She Hulk when they're both just brute monsters, the Hulk would fucking destroy her. Like in the end, he's got brute strength. What sets Jen Walters apart is her intellect. So I personally think it would be a tough fight, but she stands a better chance of beating the Hulk, um, in her right mind. Be able to strategize and figure out how to wear him down. Hey, John, what up, man? It's a work in progress, but yeah, we're just working through it bit by bit. I'm not doing every drawing, um, because I'll die, but I'm just gonna clean up like the keys, the breakdowns, and and some of the major in betweens. But everything else I can leave as kind of like roughs and then figure out. Of course, like the in betweens that have like sticks and circles still, those have got to be developed a little bit. I think this one's okay. Yeah, if I were to come and do line work here, this one will be fine. SK rapper. Um, hey, how are you, man? It really has been a while, hasn't it? The reason I was gone was because yeah, I was actually working on commercial work, so I had to step away for a while. So I have gotten a little bit of work. I'm not like in the industry proper right now. Like down in LA, it's pretty damn hard to get work, even for people that live there. Actually, that's kind of funny. That artist I was telling you about, Max Yarte, my favorite. Also, has the music stopped yet? Hang on. Oh, it totally has. My bad. I'm gonna start it over. My favorite artist, Max Yarte, he lived in LA for a little while. He was, making his own moves down there. And he's like a really talented artist and all that. And he's got his own things going on. Um, but even he moved up here to the San Francisco area, I believe, somewhere nearby, because finding work in LA was difficult. So right now there's a bit of an industry-wide job shortage. So that's why I don't mind sitting here and doing my own little thing, working my day job. And then, one day I can pitch this thing. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is okay. I'm gonna shrink your mouth a little bit. Just there. That works. Huh, I got a leftover disembodied fist over there. Not a bad looking one either. I would like to get this made into something, SK, and believe me, I got ideas, and I've got some things brewing. I got a lot of charts I'm working with. Elian, yes, absolutely. I think her breaking the fourth wall is a lot of fun, but obviously we gotta find ways to do it creatively and not make it intrusive. The show didn't do a very good job of it, I thought. They kind of went a little overboard and tried to they tried to basically replicate Deadpool's success in that regard. I know She-Hulk came first when it came to breaking the fourth wall, but in terms of the movies, Deadpool did it better. But in a lot of these cartoons, I usually have Jen look at the camera, talk to us. Um, but in a longer form setting, yeah, absolutely, I'd have her break the fourth wall. Oh, that's a bummer. The Hulk is. I think I like the Hulk personally. The Superion 1, 2, 3. Um, let's see. It's my self-taught animator. So yes and no. When I first started out, I was by myself. I took like a basic course at my local community college. I didn't know a damn thing of it. And if I'm being honest, I don't even remember the guy's name who taught it because he didn't do a very good job of making it interesting. He made us do a lot of like vector and puppet based shit, which is fine, but I didn't find it very interesting. So I did have to go out and study it myself. And I did. I taught myself pretty much everything I know. I picked up a book called Richard Williams' Animator Survival Kit. And when I started picking up frame by frame drawing, I referred back to that all the time. Let me mark this as a breakdown. This one's got to be developed. This is an in-between. Yeah, we'll leave it here. But yeah, I taught myself a whole bunch of that stuff, and I did it for a couple of years. If you go on my YouTube channel, there's a couple of animations from that time that I made. It was basically just, all my own self-taught skills. The one with the one that's set in the mountains with like that Russian woman like shooting at a plane. It's called Crestfallen. I did that one all by myself with no formal instruction. And I didn't really get any more instruction in that regard for a few more years. I did a couple more animations after I got out of the Marine Corps. And at that point, I went to school in SF, and it really helped me out. All the things that I kind of learned intuitively, I was able to kind of flesh out a little more. But above all, I learned to be messy. I learned to stop being so goddamn exacting with my work. That was a tough lesson. It took me a little bit to learn it. I was very obsessed with making like very clean, stuff. You know what I mean? Like really nice looking, beautiful work. And it would show up in my animation as well. And it wouldn't just show up in the form of like, the drawings themselves, but it was more in like the motions of the characters. So I was always focused on making very nice and even in-betweens and very evenly spaced out shit. And it didn't look bad, but it could have been so much better. And so when I took this illustration class where this dude got me to, his name is Marquines, he got me to sort of loosen up, that intruded on my animation, and now I get a lot more messy with it. And that was like the best thing I took away from school. So I'm both self-taught and formally instructed. And one of my professors, he worked at Disney during the Renaissance era. He did a lot of the animation work for like Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid, um, Pocahontas, Hunchback. He did all that stuff. Let's see. Tiger, what's the fist doing over there? It's just a holdout from when I was still trying to figure out her pose. Originally, this hand was like here, and you could see how it wasn't quite working. But I liked it so much, I just couldn't bring myself to get rid of it. And I'm just thinking, there's gotta be a use for this. All right, let's play this out. See how we're looking. You're gonna notice a lot of jumping, a lot of opacity differences, because a lot of the keys that I'm working on, they had a little bit of erasure going on. Let's see. Yeah, the Dick Williams DVDs are, they're pretty damn good, I'd say. Choki. Let's see. Does your profile remind you of Mad Max villain Toe Cutter? No, not really. Superion. That first She-Hulk one that I did, I'm not if I can go back and do it over again, there's a lot of, I would change. The main thing that I kind of don't like about it is the anatomy. I look at the anatomy from that one and I'm like, dude, what the hell's going on? Like, where's all our upper body strength? You know what I mean? There's nothing, like, it's all on her legs. Like, the original plan was to make it like, her legs, like her strength and all that. And sometimes I look at it and I'm like, why didn't I just apply it to her entire body? The animation was pretty was good though. I'm proud of it. But from then on, I resolved to draw her physique with more care. Sag, yeah, I look back sometimes and I'm fairly impressed with how much I was able to learn on my own. But don't let that detract from the idea that you need to, if you got talent, if you got the drive, you need people along the way to help you improve it. Jesus. Yeah, I'll frame that fist. It is a nice looking fist. All right, let me take a break, guys. I've been out drawing for like an hour straight. I'll be back. This is a funny frame to stop on. I'm gonna put the pause screen on, and I will be back in like 5 minutes. All right. Sorry about the wait. I was having to deal with a laundry machine giving me trouble. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go silent for a little bit. But I'll come back on if it starts getting busy in the chat.